from when we had 4 walls, as named by Doug. We had 4 walls. 8 show the Doing the Time Thing tour, named by Brooms. Hated Jazzy, Typo Queen Rosen, I'm Only Big Child, Pete Bounce, Staffy, Garlic Press, Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Chuggy, once again back. Am I a lot quieter than before? Check. It's like, I think I accidentally turned that mic down. Let's see, where is it? Check, check, check. Does that sound a little louder? I mean, I know it's louder. Does that sound better? Check, check. Check, check. Testing. I feel like I usually have it a little louder than that, but that's a lot of background noise. Testing, testing. Let's do that for now. Oh, and I can turn down my phones a little bit. And Pete, Staffy, Garlic, Presso 3, Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide, Chuggy, once again back is the incredible... It gets cut off. May goes, Hero Papaya, ETC Sim, Tony Drinksky, Botsky, Neighborhood Watch, and Splat My GPA. Oh, and Muty, thank you, 50-month sub. Tier 3 says, I got 5-0 on it. I got 4 left on the floor. I got 5-0 on it. Messing with that improv stream. I got 5-0 on it. It's got me stuck and I'm totes back. I got 5-0 on it. Partner, let's go ham on a track. You rock, kid. Here's to 50 more. ACS sounds good, man. Heck, make it 500. I will turn up with my walker to your stream from the Carol. Thank you so much, Mitty. Thank you. And Watch was 53 months. Thank you, Watch. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Oh, Doug named the sound electronic Doug music. Create new empty track. He says, welcome to Not the Last Show. From the studio, we have a great reveal that we have rebuilt studio's exact replica in the van. Oh, man. I cannot. It's fair to say that, I don't like to say never, but it is very difficult to imagine myself ever having that level of attention to detail. You want to hear VZH, Rosen? Oh no, there's no sound. Why not? Oh, live's still loading. These is good things, you get that new inverter. Yeah. I'm glad I was worried about it, because at no point did the dealer say, "Oh, that sounds normal." You know, and and in their interest. It's in their interest to say, "Oh, that's nothing. That's fine." So the fact that they said that they tried to troubleshoot it, spent like a day back and forth telling me to do different things, and nothing changed it. So now they said they'd give me an RMA within 24 hours from the manufacturer, but they're not sure yet if the manufacturer's going to repair it or replace it. I mean, if they come back and say repair it, I'm going to say, well, that means I just bought this thing. I'm out, send me another one temporarily. But means you get a coupon. Yeah. So this is a good sign when they say something's wrong. Yeah. Pieces. That was also my verdict. Yeah. But that was not the only thing, man. I got the wrong cables sent to me that I didn't realize. I didn't check them, So I'd had these cables for 3 weeks. But I should be getting the replacements in a day or two. And then it took me something like 2 or 3 hours to wire the shore power stuff, because the design of basically I took a 30 amp power cable and I had to cut off one of the ends, and I'm putting this different kind of connection on it, and trying to get the 3 wires into the terminals was, I just one thing after another, and then I'd have to start over because I'd break something, and then I get it, finally I'm done, right? I've wired up the shore power, and I'm just sort of testing the outlet, and it's not going in correctly, and I called up the manufacturer, and they said, yeah, one out of every 200 or 300, something gets messed up on the manufacturing. So I had to take it all apart and order another one. So three problematic things, all within a couple days of each other. But I mean, I'm almost done with electrical. I'm almost done in terms of. I feel like I'm basically done in terms of the learning. Because there's some minor stuff, but I don't have to do any new things. I've done all the electrical things I need to learn how to do. It's just more, right? I need to wire more lines. I guess I haven't wired my DC distribution box yet, and because I'm waiting for those cables. But I can do that I don't need the inverter, right? Because it's just the battery. So I'll be able to do that. Well, I guess I haven't wired any DC things at all yet. So that's the one last thing I need to learn how to do. Which seems it's basically the same stuff. I just need to connect the right wires to the right place. That's it. Because I know how to crimp and strip and usually do that in the other order: strip and then crimp. Or strip and then heat shrink it, or strip, crimp, heat shrink. I know how to put ferrules on. So it's nice. I hope I never, ever, 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 ever have to do this again. But if I do, it'll be a lot less intimidating than the first time. Roses, will you get a first battery? I don't want to get a fourth battery if I don't have to. So I want to, spend. I'm sure I'll know within a month or a week whether I need one. I mean, the only reason I would need more batteries is because it's determined that there's no way I could get enough solar power to refresh the batteries, which is what I think. I don't think I'm going to be able to have enough solar power, because the amount of batteries I have theoretically are way more than I need in a single day. And what people tend to do is they tend to have enough solar so they can keep whatever they use in a single day. So if I had enough solar, I would need a lot fewer batteries, theoretically. But I don't think there's any way I can fit enough solar. Or I know that I can't. There's no way I can fit enough solar on the roof. Simply, I could have slide outs. What I've seen some people do, where they have solar underneath solar and they slide it out. But even then, it might not be enough. According to my calculations, I would need about 1,200 watts of solar, and then I think I would be energy efficient 365 days a year. I think if I had 1,200 watts of solar, I'd be okay. That's a lot of solar for a van's roof. I don't know if the roof is even rated for that much in terms of weight. I can't remember. The high roof fans are not, you're not supposed to put that much weight on them. 600 watts of solar would be totally fine. 600 or 800, but 1,200, I don't know. Let's see. He says you need a car made out of solar panels. Yeah. Someday they'll figure that out. But if I'm being honest, I felt relief a little bit that there's no way I can do stuff on Saturday. I felt a little bit of relief, because I was not really looking forward to trying to do shows in the van with just boxes piled all over the place. So I think it's gonna be better for me to instead of having two phases where there's sort of this I'm sort of in the van, sort of not phase, to just be out of the van and then in the van. I think that's much better for the way my brain works. Or at least that's what I'm telling myself. What am I doing? What am I looking for? He says they figured it out, you just don't have enough surface area. Right. Botsky says kid just needs to make a solar panel suit. Yeah. Hey, Miss Robert. How's it going? What am I looking for? Oh. I'm still not sure what the schedule's going to be. I think I'm going to take a couple weeks off from doing the looping show, but I just not sure when. Not sure when to start that break. And I would just keep doing talk streams. I wouldn't stop streaming. I just wouldn't do the looping show for a while. Let's see. First request to type ETC Sims first drum fill. Oh, MIDI name the sound extra jiggly lullabies. Oh, and did I demo Rosen's sound? That's not it. Rosen, I forgot what sound it was. And Tubi loaded a new one. I had it loaded but Live wasn't open. Both programs. See, I load the sound in Logic, but you can't hear it until Live was open. So you couldn't hear it. But then I did several other steps in the workflow, and Tubi loaded another sound over where I had it loaded, which is the featured sound, actually. This is the featured sound. Here's Rosen's sound. Doug's featured sound, is that a new feature? We have featured sounds every show still. I just am a little burnt out on demoing them. Or they're just one of those steps in the workflow I just skip. Let's see. Why are you frozen? What are you doing? Oh. Failed to rename. Did you fail? Yeah, I don't know if that worked. I think it did. Steph says they change. I change them, yeah, so that they can have last chance theoretically. Yeah. There's a lot of last chance sounds right now. Okay. Drum kit, Chromatic Wonder. Just didn't load. I need to write to Native Instruments and try to find out why those kits never load. And I have to manually tell the plugin where they are, where the samples are. Don't look now. Whoops. These have to move up. Okay, there's our first beat. These are when you transition shows. Can we play bingo? Like generated bingo cards to give prizes, but it's really odd bot-talk combinations that will never really happen with the normal stuff you say, or do you like whoops, or is background music on? Could be a cool way to keep engaged. About 4 or 5 years ago, maybe it was 4 years ago, somebody in the community put together bingo stuff, bingo cards. And I remember I started coding, actually. I started coding something to do that was going to do bingo. Yeah. Let's see. So I do like the idea, but I've already not done it for 4 years. So I don't know if I'll have time to do it now, but I do like the idea. There it is. How would we have bingo cards? So the way I had conceived it would be that I'm trying to remember if it was something where people could. I think I wanted it so that people could pick some of the things. So there'd be a web page, and there'd be a list of things, and certain things would be auto-generated. Like so maybe half of the bingo card would be randomized, and then you'd be able to put in 6 or 7 of them, and then mods would be responsible for telling Tubi when something that was on has happened that's a possible bingo thing, and Tubi would keep track of everyone's card, right? But I think it would still be your responsibility to say that you got it, right? Because that's what it's like in bingo. So you would still have to be, somehow keeping track yourself, but Tubi would verify when you finally said bingo. Yes, you did. Good bingo. That's, yeah. So I think I spent a bunch of time trying to think through how it would work. Sounds. I'm folding paper. Two lips are better than one. Watch this, would you get a ban if you kept shouting bingo? Yeah. There would have to be a bunch of consequences, right? It'd be really annoying. Let's see. Random story. And tiny molecules. And flannel jumpers. Oh, Rosen, I mean, we're talking theoretically. I'm not going to be coding bingo anytime soon. Let's see. I'll pick which sound starts the improv. I sort of want to have a setup where I can just sit for the remaining shows in the studio. I'm so tired. But it's not easy. I have to move. You won't be able to see the keyboard. I don't know if this show would work so well if it's just you can't see anything I'm doing. He says, whoever makes the bingo, I'll name my unborn child after you in the next dimension. Rose says, if there's bingo cards and images, need some images made. I know it's a theoretical phase, but would images be wanted? Yeah, I mean, when I say... now, it's a possible the community, maybe... But me personally, I highly doubt that I'll be spending any time on that within the next 2 or 3 years. So I do really like the idea, but I have so many other things that are much higher on the list. So, but thank you for offering. Doug, did you just angle the cameras down? Well, the thing is that then you just see my neck, which maybe is better, you know. But I would have thought of that if it was that simple, but it's not that simple. I would have to, if I got wide angle lenses, you know, I could switch lenses potentially and put the wide angle lens there, and then maybe I'll do that next show. Maybe I'll put the wide angle lens on. I hate how it looks, but that's the lens I'm using in the van. I won't be able to use these magical lenses anymore in the van. It's sad. I love these lenses. Well, I don't love that one. That's the wide angle. But the other 3 lenses, I love. They won't work in the van, though, because they are too zoomed in. Send this Poe. Random story. Yeah, I probably need to organize the room a little better too. See, when you only see this angle, it doesn't look that bad, you know. But during the light show, you see the wide angle, you see, right? But the lights are out, so you don't notice how messy the room is. If I got the wide angle and the lights are on. Roseman, could you put one cam on the back doors for the far shot? Not really. I mean, it doesn't. If I'm not going to use basically all of them, I don't think it really. I don't love switching to camera 2 right now because I think it just feels so. I mean, I do it because I think it's nice having a wide shot, but from a cinematic point of view, I think it's very disconcerting to me to switch between the magic lenses and just an ordinary lens. I mean, the funny thing is the ordinary lens is worth 8 times. It's worth way more money. With one of those lenses, you could buy maybe 20 of the magic lenses. But you just can't get the magic lenses that are wide. They just don't make them wide enough for what I would need. I would need different cameras. If I had different cameras, I could use the magic lenses. But I'm certainly not going to be buying a bunch of cameras right now. But Rosen, that's when I stretch. When I lean to get the mic, that's when I get my good physical exercise in during the show. Okay. Blues says you'll need to wear pants or something. Yeah, right. Yeah, because nobody wants to see my calves. I certainly don't. Yeah, I won't be able to wear shorts. I mean, that's going to be an issue in the. How am I going to deal with that in the van? Well, no, I'm going to be. Yeah, it won't be an issue in the van because. Well. Yeah, the way it won't be that wide. The camera won't be that wide. It'll be okay. Oh, thanks. Great workout, Muty says. I feel 10 years younger, Muty. It's nothing like a good stretch. Good stretch for the stretch for the mic. Okay. Here we go. Pizza's just a bikini in a bathtub. Yeah. Maybe I should have a character on the Tommy Pneumatic show, Pete, that wears a bikini and does hot tub streams. Oh, probably not. I'm probably not going to do that. Boozes, you already have the tub, yeah. Okay. Pete says it maybe not. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. Don't worry. Let's see. Time to incinerate. Easily beating the hour. Barring some catastrophic tech problem that happens between now and the next 60 seconds. Time to incinerate. I'm a restless man in a restless world. Yeah, the moon should know my name. I'm a restless man in a restless world. Yeah, the wind won't play that game. I'm a restless man in a restless world. Yeah, the moon should know my name. I'm a restless man in a restless world. The wind can't play my game. should have asked. They drained all the sorrow. I guess it's my fate. Wander like a drifter and never ever gonna be late. Thanks for those calps. Oh, we had a raid. Thank you, Jerry. Jerry Banfield, thank you so much. How was your stream? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I would hate to watch your work, Sam Mods, angryCHKN. Oh, we had a donation from 15. Thank you, 15. And then a donation from Staffy. Staffy says, for real this time. Oh, did you do the other one too? Thank you. Thank you so much, Staffy. Thank you. Oh, and a cheer from Jerry. That just happened? Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. Here, let me give you your credit, Staffy. Yeah, thank you, Staffy. Thanks, Jerry. Oh, and welcome, Lisa Ladybug. I use some titles as lyric inspiration. Here by the wind shall know my name. Rosen, drained of sorrow. Staffy, hidden away in a palace of glass. Oh, thank you, Tony Drinsky-Botsky. Thank you. A donation from the Botsky says, might as well, hashtag shrug. Thank you. Thank you, Botsky. Why is that not working? I see why that's not working. Performative doing other. Yeah, thank you, Botsky. Okay, titles. Let's see. Jazzy Abandoned Robot. Rosen and held no tomorrow. And one more. Oh, I did two more. Wait, did I miss one? Did I click on one that didn't get added? Somebody might get missed on my list. Once I add it, it disappears, but I don't know that it actually got added. How many have I said so far? Well, only 2 are showing up. Big Child, let me explain. One more. Watch with world and wide angle. We got lounge. Well, can we get some lounge requests? I forgot the easiest way to do that. Just search for lounge, right? On the extension. So we'll do that on the next track. Not, or the one after this one we're about to do. So track number 3 of the day. By the time we get to the poll, Tubi's already filled requests. But I could easily do your BPM range. What's the BPM range you want, Staffy? Oh, on the lounge. Okay. Okay. 96 to 119. You shout out some other titles. Angry Chicken Microwave Cupcakes. I've actually done that before. Microwave cupcakes. Or I guess it was microwave cake I did, which is sort of the same thing, right? I mean, oh no, it was a cupcake because I remember I did it in a coffee. Or was it microwave brownies? It sort of worked, sort of. Let's see. Drinsky Botsky with is double bingo like double jeopardy? Splat my GPA with cruising around the void. Watch works. Hideaway Kid. Hey, watch works. ETC Sim and bingo was his name. Ow. Oh, we got some. Say my name's Jazzy. He's now Jazz Hands. Meaty Mangoes now Meaty makes me lose control. Splat, my GPA is now Sir Splat. Blue Tumbleweed in a Mudslide is now... I'm not getting this one. Ogna Blue? Is that... What am I missing here? And then Meaty makes me lose bingo. We got Staffy gave a sound to watch our lurks. WII. Watcherworks is named a Winter Green. Staff, you got NJL. And Botsky got RJM. Did I tell y'all back when I was, it feels like so long ago, but I guess it was probably only about 3 or 4 weeks ago, but when I was preparing the metal floor, you know, I had to spray paint some questionable areas, and I had a tarp up in between the seats and where I was spray painting, and I didn't do that much spray paint. I didn't do the whole floor. I just did little patches, but those particles went airborne, and I had a few things sitting on the front seats, and there's now the outline of those things. You know, it's like you're tanning, but you got you know, you accidentally put your book on your chest, you know, and so you see the outline of the booker. It's I don't know if it's gonna wear off eventually, or if you said we got van lines. Exactly. It's exactly what happened. Van lines, yep. Hey, Goliath Games. How's it been? It's been a while. What's happening? Oh, and Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea. Staff name sound smells like the devil. Huh. Why are you losing your ability to... Botsky named the sound Samuel Jackson's Lost Shoelace. Said this Poe. He says, I'm asking this ahead of time as a friend. If we see delicates on Van String, you want a heads up, or should we act like it's part of the decor? I think the van's gonna be a lot cleaner than my room now, so I think you've probably seen him in the room now. But yeah, you probably should give me a heads up. Yeah, likely event. Abandoned Robot, Jazzy. Jazz Hands has named it Abandoned Robot. Thank you, Jazz Hands. Jerry's 5th song coming up. Oh, Zopap's here. angryCHKN. angryCHKN says, I see a lot of things people live in while on vacation. Old converted U-Haul truck has started to become popular up here in vacation land. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Oh, let's just do the tour Let's do the tour poll now. Let's do the tour poll now. Okay, tour. Choose the tour name for September. Chat requests. Tour. Greater than or equal to 8/1/2022. Let's see, okay. Hey, Bureau. Rosenwood, what even is this? Doug with illegally parked. That's all the van is right now, is parked. That's not true. I drove it last night to the hardware store, and then I drove this gigantic van to the hardware store. Then all I bought was a small packet of screws. I mean, I had intended to get other things that were much bigger, but then I decided I wasn't ready to make the decision. Decided I need to mow it over a little longer. Let's see, what else? How many have I done so far? I've done 2. Big child chasing the tumbleweeds. And Staffy, not the ideal situation. Yeah, I'll pick which is going to be September's tour. Josie says it's like me going food shopping. Yeah, the 2 things I'm trying to there's 3 things I'm trying to make decisions on. How I'm going to deal with paneling in the van, how I'm going to do my ceiling, and how I'm going to protect the electrical box from things falling and shorting out. What's the term for that? Pete or Blue or anyone else? Is it if so? I've got my batteries, right, and there's the positive and the negative. What's it called when if I dropped a piece of metal and it joined the positive and the negative? What is that? Is that shorting? I forget. There's some term for it. It's a dead short. angryCHKN says dead short. So yeah. So I need to protect things. So things don't fall on it. But I need it to have ventilation also. So and I think what I'm gonna do. Actually, I mean, it is so extraordinarily unlikely that something heavy would fall. It's just I'm worried something very small would fall in the wrong place. So I don't need incredibly. What I think I'm gonna do is build a frame and put window screen, so that the window screen will catch anything that falls from above, and then there's gonna be drawers with backs in front of it, so I don't think I really have to worry about that side. Oh, angryCHKN, you're an electrician? I didn't know that, or maybe you said that before. Status, I feel like we have a high proportion of electricians. We do. Blues, I don't know about a screen you're thinking about because you want, I want airflow. Yeah. Yeah. I usually put a hard top and open the sides. That's originally what I was thinking of doing, was a hard top. I mean, and the other thing I considered is just putting a hard top over the batteries and not putting them over the rest of it, since I'm almost never gonna need to access the batteries. But although and the batteries, I don't have to worry about ventilation in the same way. I mean, there's still ventilation, but I don't need to worry about ventilation in the same way as, say, the inverter. That's the main thing, the inverter that needs to have ventilation. Right? If other things are getting hot, that's not good. They shouldn't be, right? The AC distribution and the DC distribution panels should not be getting that hot. Let's end this. Illegally parked. Doug has named it illegally parked. Thank you, Doug. Hey to Deckard and Mull is here. Pieces just handwarm or a bit more at best. Yeah. angryCHKN does system integration and fire alarm systems. That's on my one of the things on my wish list is a combined fire, smoke, CO2 detector. But I think I'm just going to buy one. Let's see. But yeah, the other thing is the wall panels. So I have this corrugated plastic that came with the van, and my plan was to put wallpaper over it, and I did a little bit of wallpaper, and it made me so miserable, the process, and it didn't look very good anyway. It was going to overlap, and I just don't have the patience for that. It just makes me angry. It's like I do not have enough time in my life to spend one more second doing this. That's basically how I felt. I did half of one, and it made me so miserable. So, but it's I don't want the black color. It's just very dark, the one that I have. So I was thinking, and I don't want to put up wood furring strips. So I want to use the existing mounting places, so I don't have to add anything else to the van. I could get plywood, but plywood, it's not going to be as secured as because I'm not actually going to drill. I'm just using these plastic pins that are used with. And I was thinking, if there's an accident, I think I'd rather get hit in the back of the head by corrugated plastic than plywood. Even if it's an 1/8 inch of plywood, I think the corrugated plastic's not going to hurt as much. So I think I'm going to stick with corrugated plastic. And it's nice. I only have to do the front half of the van because the back half of the van is not going to be visible. So I'm not going to have any wall panels in the back. It's going to be cabinetry. It's going to cover up everything. And then I think for the ceiling, I think I'm just going to use corrugated plastic because I don't want to lose any space. I don't want to have furring strips or anything. Okay, let's see. Enough. And I feel like the corrugated plastic doesn't look good, but if I use shallow depth of field and the focus is on me, no one's ever going to be able to see that it's what it is. You know, no one's going to ever know, except for me, and I don't care. Pieces installation value of wood is a little higher. Yeah, I looked. But it's so. The amount is, I think just plywood that's a 16 is going to be an R value of like 0.2 or something, right? It will be higher, but not to a point that will make a difference. But yeah, if I'm going to use the plywood, I would need to have I think I would need a better mounting system, and I just don't want to deal with that. So, I mean, I was considering actually using, I was considering getting a EPS or something and using that in the ceiling because it's flexible and just leave it unfinished. But apparently the insulation that I got would be less effective if it's sort of squished. You know, you really want it to breathe, this insulation, so. angryCHKN said use plywood 3/4 finished grade on one side with gray fire retardant paint. You mean for an electrical box, is that what you mean? Southwest is corrugated plastics is top here construction material. It's cheap, flexible, resilient, easy to work with. Right, that's why I keep leaning towards it. It's so light. Yeah, it's so light and just, yeah, and I wouldn't mind getting hit in the back of the head with it. To mount electrical devices. I used 3/4 inch birch. So it's pretty heavy duty, the box, and I did paint it. I don't know if I can't remember what kind of paint I used. Beauty says corrugated plastic could still hurt you, yeah. Well, they were using clips before with, so at least before they thought it was sufficient safety. Now, granted, I might use different clips that look better, but that might not be quite as safe, but we'll see. I mean, I think if I get in an accident where the corrugated plastic is ripped off the walls, I think I have much bigger problems than the corrugated plastic. I think they're going to be the least of my concerns. There's going to be something else that's, yeah, like an aluminum stake that proves that I'm a vampire. Let's see. Drum kit. No, it didn't load. It's got that. Then little bug. Not ready. I'm ready for that. Okay. Ogna Blue says vampire. If the doctor's checking for that, might explain the cold arms. Yeah. My current background that I listen to when I'm editing the stuff for YouTube is What We Do in the Shadows. I think that show is so funny. I really enjoy the sort of, you know, it's sort of like there's it's a sort of artsy cinematography. I mean, it's a more stylized. That's what I should use. It's got like a stylized look to it, and the set design is. I love the set design on it. All the costumes, the characters, just a fun show. Let's see. Someday I'll watch it again when I can actually watch it, not just listen. Well, no, I don't like watch. No, I won't. I won't actually do that. There's our first beat. And then Jerry. This is 51 BPM, Staffy. Derelict Starship. Cowboy Hi-Fi. We should have a supernatural character on Tom and Matic, like a werewolf. You turn into a can at night or something, or an egg, like a werewolf egg. You know what's nice about a vampire is all you have to do is add teeth, you know, and you're a vampire. But a werewolf, that takes a lot more work. I guess that's why you're saying I should be an egg. I don't know why that makes me think of having a reoccurring spot where there's another thing I would do if I had unlimited budget, you know, where every episode there's this, for 3 seconds you have a shot of an egg, right? And it's a big egg, and you see it start to crack, and then it goes to the next 7. And you never ever see what's inside. Ever. Okay. And then we have Troll Me Baby. He says, about this, you're a vampire, so when it's full moon you turn into a van. Extra jiggly lullabies. And then cool yellow illumination. Is it just me or is everything really loud? Oh, that's because that's the wrong. And then this sound is no smell. Oh yeah, we're doing lounge next, so we need lounge requests for the next track after this one. Now BPM range talk's coming up. Oh, Pete, best of luck. Hope it goes well. Did I do it in time? Nope. Yeah, let me write this on my checklist. I mean, I'm not looking at my checklist very much right now. But I'll put it in the van section. That's what I'll do. What was I gonna put? Oh yeah. Switch to wide camera, one camera. Well, I don't, okay, I'll put it on the list. I'll consider it. Send the poll. Let's break this tie. Does anyone know, can vampires have children? I mean, I know there's lots of different, there's probably different cinematic and storytelling devices, but is there a convention where they can't? Like, can two vampires fall in love and have a baby vampire? Or is the only way to become a vampire if you get bitten? Or are there other ways to become a vampire? Roses in Hotel Transylvania, they can. But the thing is, vampires don't get older. Right? Don't vampires stay frozen in time? So if they had a baby, well, wouldn't that not work? The baby would never get older. It would stay an embryo forever. Oh, ETC Simpsons isn't Blade half vampire. I never saw any of the Decker says Blade was infected in the womb. But am I remembering wrong that vampires don't age? Or they do age, they're just immortal? Or it really depends on the which vampire series we're talking about. Zopaf says some lore vampires just age so slowly compared to humans that it seems they're trapped in time. So that means it would take, if you had vampire parents, it would take you like 400 years to get to be a teenager. He's just so, those poor vampire parents would have so many years with a teenager. Meaty says, how can you age and be immortal? Good question. I guess I'm imagining that, you slowly look. Here's the thing. Maybe aging has nothing to do with death. Maybe aging is symbolic of just the years we have lived reflected onto our body. I mean, I know this is a thought experiment. But can you imagine if they discover eventually that, aging has nothing to do with death. Nobody dies of old age, ever. It just seems like it does, but it actually doesn't. You know? Okay. Troll me, baby. Chad, if you were a supernatural character, what would you be? I don't think I have the personality of a vampire at all. I think I don't know what I would be. Maybe some kind of ghost. You know, with unfinished business. That idea resonates a lot with me. Unfinished business, unfinished things. You know, ghosts cannot leave the earth because they've got unfinished business. Things are not resolved. Mole would be a dragon. Chills would be Casper. Because all I know is being a vampire is bad for your health. A lot of coughing going on. Roses, you'd be a mummy, at least you'd still be tangible. Let's see. Most of the dragons generally get to be immortal, deep knowledge of magic, often able to shape change. What's not to like? And they can fly, which is awesome. I think that'd be yeah. Okay. Here we go. Uh-oh, I'm already a vampire. Time to etceterate. Thanks for those scalps. I need to do more of the slow ones. That was pretty intense despite being extremely slow. 51 BPM. Oh yeah, lounge track. For Staffy, 96 to 119. Hopefully we got lounge requests. Man. Why are you frozen? Oh, when this happens. Okay. Joseph says my niece was swaying. Nice. Okay, titles. Mole with a few drops of blood. Once again, back is the incredible dugDbug with enemy number 1 with Heart of Noise. angryCHKN conversion by blood. And Muty the Lost Voice. Was that a pun on the Lost Boys? It was? Okay. Oh, thanks, big child. Thanks for the donation. Thank you. Oh, and And welcome to Uncle JazzyEagle. And Medi78's here, Neon Void. Tubi's having a hard time. Okay, let's see if we can web. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Oops. Some other titles. Chilsey, Dragon's Lair. Beauty Makes Me Lose Bingo. I Stream of Genie. Hero Papaya, Here But Not Here. Staffy, Microchip of Theseus. Theseus. Zapaf, Spectre, Gadget. I loved that show when I was a kid. Was anyone a fan of that? Inspector Gadget? Oh, just... Remember in, there, I forget the kid's name, but there's also the kid on, in, Goonies. You know, he was an inventor. He came up with all these gadgets, and I remember being fascinated by him too. Rose and With Ghouls of a Forgotten Past. Big Child, Frozen in Time. ETC Sim, Tell a Mere Mortal. Triple Vaccinated Mole. Music of the Night. Debug Enemy #1 with Choroplastic Surgery. angryCHKN, The Angry Red Dot. And Tony Drinsky Botsky, Shortlist in Seattle. Oh, and Doug is now Bug No. Ogni Blue is now just regular old blue. Hey, Tim Front. Says, coming out of work, want to say Inspector Gadget was great. What was it? Something like that, right? Okay. There was possibly could be a Ghostbusters type Inspector Gadget show, but it fell through. Oh no. He says, if you could have a go-go gadget, what would it be? He'd be a go-go gadget, run the show for me, so I could just hang out with chat. That's what it would be. Tubi is my go-go gadget, sort of. Oh, it's Data. Kid from Goonies is named Data. Okay. That was such a fun movie. Use that one a helicopter hat any day. Oh, Botsky is a new sound. WOM. Jay says, did you watch the Jetsons? I saw it a little bit, but no, I don't think I watched that many episodes of it. I think I probably saw more of the Flintstones. Wasn't the Jetsons basically pitched as Flintstones in the future? Or am I making that up? Weren't they the same company that made them? Hanna-Barbera or something? Oh, Gadget played his own theme song? Rosen? Oh, that's a cool sound. It's in this poll. And it's angryCHKN. Conversion by blood. Because I loved how old cartoons were all jazzy, like Top Cat. That show was hip. Yeah, I mean, it was like in those days they had, they had studio orchestras that would record and it would be. I think it would have been fun to be in a studio orchestra in Hollywood back in the 50s and 60s. Probably less so by the 70s, but especially the 50s and 60s. Or the 60s, when you had lounge, right? 60s was all about that lounge sound that we're about to do. And a lot of the music's really interesting. It's really complex. These big arrangements with lots of different instruments. You'll have string section, a horn section. You'll have vibraphones. And thank you, angryCHKN. Milestones. We got angryCHKN 75th sound. Was Muti and any other Europeans or Canadians or anywhere else that's not America? I know the answer to America because I live the U.S. I know the answer to the U.S. because I live here. But those of you who are older, like me, in Europe, was Saturday morning cartoons a thing, an institution, like it was here in the States? We'd be waiting all week for Saturday morning cartoons. And then we couldn't wait till Monday to talk about Saturday morning cartoons with our friends. Can you believe what happened I'm trying to remember what I would watch the most Saturday morning cartoons. I mean, I love Looney Tunes. And then on Saturday morning, you'd also have sometimes, you'd have Three Stooges live action. I remember watching a lot of Three Stooges. Bugno says, I graduated from that institution. I'm not a nostalgic person almost ever about almost anything, but I feel a tiny bit of nostalgia for Saturday morning cartoons as a kid. I just remember how much we looked forward to it. Oh, hey, Q-Score, thank you so much. Q-Score has taken over the live streaming club at school. Mentioned stream several times. Thank you. Thank you. He says we had something called Telekids, and they had shows like the Turtles and Thundercats, Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and we had a children's TV channel that only aired in the weekends and all cartoons till dinner time. Man. Stavis says Three Stooges explains the Penguin Run part, very Stoogish. I love that era of physical. You know, they were so good at physical comedy. The Three Stooges, you know, the Marx Brothers, Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, and then you know even before earlier like Chaplin and Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd. They're just so good at physical comedy. It's interesting. There's this guy on TikTok named, what's his name? He's the biggest TikToker in the world. Kabi Wame or Wame or something. And you know, one of the reasons he's the biggest TikToker, and he lives in Italy. He's Italian, and I think it's Italy. And is he just? I've only seen a few of his videos, but I read about him, and he doesn't really talk, right? He does this humor that's just all about his facial expressions and his body language, and you know, it just that's crosses language barriers, you know. He swears I've never been to the Stooges, even though I appreciate their skill. Marx Brothers, yes. Abbott and Costello, definitely. Yeah, Stooges are sort of the lowest brow, right? I mean, they're Stooges are. It's terrible what they do to each other, right? I mean, they're so violent to each other. All of the humor is, almost all of the Stooges' humor is from violence. It's Marx Brothers is much more cerebral, and Abbott and Costello also. Q Square says Harpo Annie someone his thigh is much funnier than Larry getting clunked in the head. Yeah, it's like how many times can you see the conks and the two fingers to the eyes? Although you know Curly Joe was it? Well, there was 3 or 4 different Curlys, right? There was Curly Joe and Stemp or something. But Mo and Larry always stayed the same. But they, for whatever reason, they had to keep replacing the third guy. I wonder what the story behind that was. It's funny with the, you know, and then with the Marx Brothers, the main ones, the most famous ones, they all look so distinctive. You know, they have Harpo and Groucho. They look so, each one looks so unique, or not. They each look unique. And then they have this other brother who looks like a Hollywood heartthrob in a generic way. He's just so generically good looking. And it's just hard to imagine they're all from the same family. I mean, it makes you wonder, frankly. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Jazz says Curly, Shemp, and Joe. Zeppo, yeah, Zeppo. Right? Zeppo looks nothing like his brothers. He looks nothing like them. Oh, they're so good. Okay, cut to trans. Okay, we don't need to do that. I feel like the Three Stooges brothers? 2 of them were brothers, right? I think Mo and Larry were brothers. Right? Oh no, Larry Fine, Curly Howard, and Mo Howard. Oh. Josie says the Honeymooners. You know, I never really saw the Honeymooners. I didn't really see that one. I mean, I definitely know about it, but I don't think I really saw much of it. So we didn't have Stooges and Hall. We had Basie and Adrian, which is a clown and acrobat fighting crime. Well, I love the premise. Well, being educational, we had Peppy and Koki. Best song lyrics ever on that show. Toot toot boing boing, Peppy and Koki, Koki and Peppy. That makes me think on Tommy Pneumatic have a create intros for shows, but never show the show. Just film the intro for a segment. You know? I'm not going to write that down because I think that would be annoying to most people. And probably not good for my budget to have to do a one-time thing. Which of the Stooges was the one? It was one of the. I mean, it was Stemper, Joe, or Curly that would go. He'd do some. How did he do it? He'd be like, I don't even know how he made the sound. He'd be like, woo! I can't. I'll have to listen to it, learn how to do it. He is really high pitched, and I gotta find a recording so I can learn how to do it. Keyscore says one Stooges short where Courier Shemp, I don't remember, is climbing up Mo while wearing pointy cleats. And OMG, the eye horror that triggers in me. Yeah. Oh, Rose, and if it's meant to be, it'll come into my brain again. If it's not meant to be, it won't. I have too many ideas written down already. I mean, these old movie stars had a lot of those noises. I remember Stan Laurel did the... Oh, me. Laurel's the really timid, skinny one, right? Or which... I always get confused which is which. Or was it Hardy who was timid? Or am I confusing with? No, it was Laurel and Hardy. I gotta see a photo. Which is which? Yeah, Stan Laurel, yeah. It's funny, you know, I actually saw a Lauren Hardy short relatively recently. I saw where Hardy is gets sent to is in the hospital or something, you know, with a broken leg or I don't know. And of course Laurel comes to cheer him up, but just causes unending problems for him. They had such a great dynamic. Now I want to take on that challenge of creating two characters that are that different from each other and doing sketches. I'm going to actually write that one down. I mean, that doesn't sound like much. It's more of a concept than any specific. But I'm just going to write it down as Laurel and Hardy create two characters that are totally different. Q-Square says Lauren and Harvey weren't really verbal comedians in the way that Abbott and Costello. Yeah, right. With Who's on First. Right, Chuggy, yeah. Q-Square says, I love the Marx Brothers film where Groucho is talking about marrying some woman while keeping his existing wife on the side. The woman says, that's big of me. And Groucho says, it's big of me, too. Yeah, Groucho was... Have you seen Q-Square? Anyone? Have you seen Groucho's... he had a show... it was sort of like a game show or I forget the premise, but he hosted this show in the 50s, I think. I think it was in the 50s or 60s. Was it You Bet Your Love, Q-Square? And he would be You Bet Your Life, yeah, You Bet Your Life, yeah. He was the king. Y'all in chat who try to embarrass me with your out of context quotes. Groucho was the king of innuendo. I mean, I can't believe what he would get away with in the 50s, you know? But it's innuendo, right? So you can say, he's got plausible deniability. but man, he thought he was so savvy, Groucho. His mind works so fast coming up with jokes when he was just interacting with... It would just be normal people, you know, non-show business people on the show with him. He'd have these, and he'd talk to them. Oh, he's so fast. Because you ever look back in your list of ideas and think what the bananas was this about? Oh, for sure. Because I have some lists that are so cryptic in 1,000 years they will be baffled. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at the Tommy Nomadic list, and there's this one. The first thing I see, I'm not going to say the first part because it's a character I might add someday, but it's basically character stands in front of things. That's the whole idea. Character stands in front of things. I still want to do this thing. I don't know, which I'm calling sociopathic misanthropic audience. And it's a sitcom where, this was a total waste of money at the time. I mean, I don't know why I did. I figured I was going to do all these badly translated game shows. So I bought a library of sitcom, of sort of responses, you know, ahs and oohs and clapping. So then I was thinking do a sitcom where the audience always reacts in the wrong way. So, you know, so something sad happens, the audience goes, yeah, you know, or everything's wrong. They're always responding the wrong way. In a twisted way. Anyway. Mises' ideas don't get more fleshed out than that one. Hey, yo. Drum kit. That's the jazz kit. Oh yeah, only one drum kit on. Oh wait, I want to do eighth note drums. I want to get groovy eighth notes. This is canned foe. I think it's supposed to be canned food. Oh, Bosky name sound, more woman, more cry. Okay, here's canned foe. Oh, thanks so much, Jerry. Jerry did a cheer, so I just had some amazing ideas come to my head while listening to your music. Thank you. Thank you. Jerry, does I have a playlist of 2,500 songs? ETC Kid songs on YouTube. Anyone have a bigger one I could listen to? That's Upright Ballad Bass, and then we have Dirty Planet. Irish Bouzouki. Jazz hands. How many terabytes is that? Well, did you? Oh, I guess if you download them in why I should know because I have it on Bandcamp. I mean, on my drive or something. I can't. It's like MP3s are still like 200 gigabytes or something. Vibraphone. See, we always got to mix in. One weird synth into the whole thing. Ooh. Is there any chance power outage when you're in van for when you back up stuff? It's very unlikely. Yeah, it's, the risk of that is unlikely. The bigger risk is I'd have some sort of weird power surge. But because I'm using a laptop that has its own battery and it's plugged in, so it's unlikely that I would have to be not paying attention that my battery is low and then the power go out at the same time. So I think that's unlikely, but I'm paranoid about backups. So I'll have, I have a sort of a time machine thing running all the time. And I'll probably have a secondary one too. Or a tertiary, no, a second backup. Yeah, that's what I mean, Rosen, is I have two backups. One that is, well, if, you know, while connected to the laptop, if both were to get damaged, that's a problem, right? But I have an external drive that is connected to the laptop doing Time Machine. And then I have another external backup that I do periodically. And I'll probably get another one. I'll probably put one in my safe deposit box and keep one in the van and just rotate. And that's going to be something that's more like a backup every month. And then I'd back up the database to the cloud after every show. Yeah. But I can't wait to have just one computer. It's just the PC I not as backed up as well probably. So I'm looking forward to not having it in active duty. So it's not a issue, not a risk. Yeah, says I'm surprised you haven't done RAID yet. Yeah, I just haven't wanted to deal with it, and then it does mean more money, you know, if I'm doing a redundant RAID. And I already have spent so much money on hard drives. I think I just prefer having the separate, yeah. Okay. Jess says, "What's two more?" Yeah. Yeah, so I periodically go now to put hard drives in this safe deposit box, and I don't know what someone has to unlock the place for me to go in, and then they have a key and I have a key, and together we unlock this. It's all a big ordeal. But they must be wondering, why does this guy have so many hard drives? Oh, I got a bigger bucket. Gigantic. Oops. I set this way too far away. Okay. Is it big enough for two people? I mean, it certainly can store more than the other one can. Yeah, the other, my first bucket was, I don't know, we'll say is about 2 terabytes. This one's about 3.5 terabytes. Here we go. Time to etc. Thanks for those kelps. Thank you, Staffy, for the lounge request. It's a good set of sounds. Whoops. What'd I just do? Why is that up? Oh, it's good. Okay. What am I looking for? Oh, yes. Okay, titles. Chuggy Joe the Hat. Staffy Bucket number 5. I collect wigs and I collect buckets. Rose and a quarter, it is 2 cents. Just regular old blue throwing pennies. Trumpet, flute, melodica, and I used a sample, not the actual time piano. Okay. Shout out some other titles. Q-Square Angle Management. Jerry Banfield Leaky Media. Just regular old blue. 200 terabytes, no cap. Jazz Hands Jack the Knife. Really makes me lose bingo. Smokey a Robot. Zopaf. As a snake, I claim you're charming. Big Child, Bucket of Fortune. Mola, hole in the bucket. Oh, we don't want that to happen. Bug No with It Pales in Comparison. Chuggy Top Cat Jazz. Staffy Prince Charming. Tapple Queen Rosen. The Mad Cat's Claw. He says, how are winters in New Mexico? Will we have snow? Yeah. Well, it depends where I go, but I'm going to probably try to avoid the snow. I'm going to try to go as far south as I can. Probably. I mean, if I can afford, I might go to San Diego for the winter, for February. February is, the worst month. But I think there's ski areas in New Mexico, right? Am I making that up? In Taos? Can't you ski in Taos? Yeah, Taos. So there are places where there's a lot of snow. Jay says, as far south as you get. Well, as far south as I can, and I'd still be in New Mexico. Any further south, and I would have to get my passport out. We'll go down to White Sands. It'd be awesome to do a stream from White Sands. I mean, it's the kind of thing, I guess, in most cases, it's one shot, or maybe I can change the angle a little bit every once, but for the most part, you're going to see one shot, so it's going to get boring, I suppose. But, you see one shot here. And here, there's no chance of a coyote just walking across the screen, so... yeah, White Sands is a crazy place. It's just otherworldly. So it would be very cool to be able to do a show from White Sands. I don't know if I might have to do it from inside the vehicle. I don't know if there might be some rules. He says, you got ski places and cacti. U.S. landscapes is OP. Yeah, New Mexico might have one of the more varied, landscapes. One of the most varied in the country. California is gigantic. It has tremendous variety too. But, I think about the Northeast, and it's beautiful, but there's not the same variety in my experience. I might be not thinking of something, but yeah, because New Mexico has mountains, that's the key to, because you get all the forests, and you get evergreens, and it'd be awesome to do a show in Carlsbad Caverns. I don't think I'll have permission to do that, and I don't think I would get any reception anyway, since you have to take an elevator down into the depths of the earth. Blue says Taos average snowfall 300 plus inches, yet somehow also averages 300 plus days of sunshine. That sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? I've never been to Taos. I feel like I you hear about there'll be celebrities will get into trouble, do bad things in Taos, or just go to Taos when they should be doing something else. It's all my association with Taos. See Taos celebrities. We find the gold that's hidden. Also, in 1937, when Mr. Noss, who practiced as a foot doctor, thought it was a clever idea if he had a medical license, returned from a hunting trip at New Mexico's Victoria Peak with startling news. He had glimpsed a hidden trove of riches. 16,000 gold bars. They still haven't been found, although there might be a military base there. Maybe you can confirm. There's definitely military bases. We've got Sandia Laboratories, which I think New Mexico will be a target, a major target in a nuclear war. But we're all sort of targets in a nuclear war. Doesn't matter where we live. Send this Pope. That is bucket. Bouquet. That's bouquet. Bouquet number 5 from Staffy. Thank you, Staffy. Because if there's a nuclear war, I'd rather be a target and go quick than eat mountains to survive, yeah. That's me being practical and lazy. I'm not hunting mutated mountains. Yeah. It's amazing humanity's still here. I mean, I think the end of humanity will be an accident. Probably. It's going to be just some stupid accident. You know, somebody forgot to check for type or something in their code, and this bug is just sitting around waiting for the right moment. angryCHKN. Oh, no, I already just said that. Zop has 10 song, 10 sound. Okay, loading the sounds. I wonder how much it would cost to hire someone to reverse engineer Logic Pro so that I could load sounds directly. Instead of having to have to literally manually type in the sounds and click on them. I mean, reverse engineering a program like that is not an easy task. Probably many, many, many thousands of dollars. Melissa's my favorite accidental end of humanity is a sci-fi novel. Was the one in that sci-fi novel was one where scientists created a tiny artificial black hole in a lab and then somebody dropped it. Yeah. Boo says that'd be a nightmare, especially since it's got lots of legacy code. Yeah, Logic has been around for, I don't know, 20 years. It used to be a different company, and then Apple bought it. I forget when I started using it. It was initially released in 1993. Wow, it's coming up on 30 years. 30 years. It's just weird. I don't know. It's a strange thought. Software. That's. Do y'all think that there's going to be mainstream software that just? I don't mean enterprise stuff that banks are using, but just that people like me and you are using. There'll be the same name, 100 years from now. Will people be using Photoshop in 100 years? We know there's a very short lifespan for social media, right? They seem to last maybe 10 years and then start to fail. But software, a lot of the software we use has been around forever. I bet Photoshop's been around at least 30 years, right? Maybe longer. Blue says Windows, right? Windows has been around since... When was the first version of Windows? It was early 90s, right? Final Fantasy 137. Moses, in 100 years, Photoshop will probably evolve into Holoshop. Yeah, if I get 100 years, Photoshop's going to be probably almost all AI. Probably even in 30 years. Maybe even in 10 years. Windows 1 was in 1985, Blue said. Wow, I was wrong. I thought it was later. I remember using MS-DOS in the 80s. That was my first experience with computers, was in DOS. Who's old enough to remember DOS? And 5 1/4 floppy disks. This is, I think, naming conventions will have changed so much by then that it would make sense to rebrand, or will be old-timey. Yeah, Photoshop already sounds sort of old-timey. Photoshop. Because the thing is, when it was invented, there were Photoshops. There are almost no Photoshops anymore, right? They're almost all gone. Madura still owns a set of MS-DOS floppies. Yeah, somewhere in a landfill are some floppy disks with little programs I wrote in BASIC back when I was a 12-year-old, 10-year-old. Media says Photoshop's from 88. It's almost as old as one of my sweaters. Wow, Photoshop. Okay, here's a research question. What is a program that is actively used today by regular people, not enterprise software, regular people like Photoshop or Windows, or that's the oldest? So far we got Windows from, what was it, 85? You said? I think it was 85. So can we think, is there anything older than that? Drum kit, let's see. That's in active use. Manofplate says Google. Oh, Google. Well, Google started in the 2000s, right? Late 90s. Doug says Solitaire. But is there a specific version of Solitaire that's been active? Blue says PostScript was 1982. What is PostScript? How about my least favorite software in the world? Quicken. How old is Quicken? I use Quicken and I hate it. 1983, released in 84. It is horrible software, but I'm stuck in it. I don't have the energy to change, and I hate it so very, very much. Okay, let's see. CAD. Oh yeah, CAD. Well, CAD is CAD a brand, or is it a? Because computer design. Okay, let's see. Beats. Unix, right? Unix is still actively used. Yeah. There's our first beat. They're not going in. Not sure what that is. Yeah, Unix might be around forever. I mean, not, but you know. I mean, tons of big banks and they're all probably running on Unix, right? Their back end, like power stations, and are they mostly on Unix? He says, if one stretches the definition of a software program, the oldest one in use is probably its SparkCore filters, a maker of water filtration devices founded in 1927, based in Conroe, Texas. To this day, it relies on a 1948 IBM 402 punch card system for inventory and accounting, along with an IBM 83 sorter and IBM 129 key punch, according to the firm's longtime repairman, Dwayne Laffley, who is in New Mexico. That's really interesting. Dwayne Laffley. Although I do a Google search and I see oh no, it's a different one. Okay, I was going to say I see an obituary. Yeah, you're in trouble if he's out sick. I don't think there's a ton of people going to know how to do it. Is Linux and BSD are variants of Unix. Well, and on Apple, the terminal is basically Unix-like, right? What is does anyone know? Is it actual? It's a Unix-based. Mac OS is Unix-based with Darwin kernel, and the terminal lets you basically enter commands directly into the Unix environment. Yeah. Then we have Texas Sawtooth. Juggernaut's adventure theme. Bluegrass banjo. Cosmic chasms. Your sunny muse. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Okay, let's end this Poe. Cosmic chasms. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thank you. Thank you for those scalps. Okay, titles. Manofplate, Hidden Memories. Zopaf, A Planet Named Pluto. Rosen, Drifting in Different Languages. One more. Big Child Riding the Wild Bucket. Hey, Unity of Balance. Shout out to some other titles. Unity of Balance with Dude, Where's My Van? Just regular blue. 8-3 Muti from DOS till dawn. Big Child, Skip Roping with the Cows. Bugno with Until the Exodus. Staffy, Defragmented Memorial. Manofplate, Let Us Remain Ourselves. Zopaf, Legacy of 1981. Typo Queen Rose and Android Memories That Never Were. SETLIST Poe. Hidden Memories. Manofplate. Manofplate is back with a title. Thank you, Manofplate. Okay. So this is where we're at with the van. This stuff is essentially done, although I'm doing a few variations, little changes to this. Basically done. What I think I'm going to try to do tomorrow is build this platform. The reason I want to build this, I just want to make sure I got the height right, because I have to figure out all the measurements in order all of this aluminum for the framing, which is a lot. It's intimidating. And I just got to make sure that I figured everything right with how drawer slides are going to work. And yeah, we're going to have this random bar just floating outside of the van. Oh, did I lose my... Oh, no, that's where that was. In here is me where the instruments are. They're going to slide out. I'm going to have clothes hung up in there also. I'm going to have clothes hung up in this little nook. This is where I'll sleep. This will be my bed platform. There'll be a giant drawer there. Big drawer. Well, this drawer is maybe like 5 feet long. This will be a drawer right here. This will be another drawer. This is going to be closed. I think I'm not going to have access on this side. It's going to access on this side. I think the electrical things will be, like the control panels and stuff will be in here. So I can access them when I'm in bed, or I can just, you know, access them standing up right here. I think all my bedding I'm going to stuff up there through little... Notice there'll be walk wooden as well in the van, you mean? Oh, yeah, not from the front to the back. Yeah, it's, yeah. Yeah. No, because, you know, most fan builds, what they do is they have this very narrow little hallway and they got stuff all along the side, all along the sides. But, I want to have a, it's all relative, a big open space where I can do shows and where I can film. I don't want it to be all claustrophobic. So that's what this space is for. And this is where the sliding door is. So when I'm doing shows, if I don't want to be outside, but I want to have a nice shot of the van and outside, I can have my door open and you'll see me sitting here. And you'll see the van and you'll see the desert or wherever I am behind me. Roses, we finish episode 8 someday. It's not a priority at all right now, but there's a chance that in 2 weeks from now I'm gonna have nothing I can do on the van for a week because I'm waiting on the aluminum. So maybe that week, maybe. But there's a real possibility I'm just not going to want to deal with Tommy Pneumatic until I'm actually in the van. So, yeah. I think I'm just going to reshoot the Old Man Frank tubey thing. It's just, oh, I didn't finish shooting it anyway. And by the time I shoot it, it's going to look like I've aged 10 years. Old man Frank's going to look like he's 150 years old, so they're not going to cut in together. I'm going to look so much older. So I, for one, can't wait for the 10 square foot stadium tour, yeah. Manofplate, it's time to do some tours, yeah. Oh, thanks, Manofplate. Yeah, I'm moving in the van full time, doing shows from the van. I had hoped to, originally the plan was to start doing some streams from the van this weekend, but my inverter is defective, and it's gonna probably take at least a week or two to get a replacement. And because of that delay, I decided that I'd rather just delay it another week or two so that I can get more stuff done in the van by the time I start. Because I was gonna start with, no storage. And I wasn't really looking forward to it, honestly. I think I'll be a lot happier to start if I can actually put things into places. And it'll be a lot safer once I build the upper cabinet. The upper cabinet sort of also served to protect me from the things flying at me. Big Child's with wheels are driven by the motor front or back. It's rear wheel drive. It'll be, right now it's front heavy, but it will be rear heavy. It's not going to be totally even. I mean, almost nobody's van build is totally even, just because, most of your weight's going to go in the back. But yeah, but it's going to be pretty well distributed from left to right, so that's good. Blue, no, they didn't give me any specifics, but just beyond. And the funny thing is, they never explicitly said that's not good, that's broken. They just said try this, try this, try this, and then eventually they said, well, there's nothing more else to try, so we'll give you an RMA. So they didn't really give me much information. But I'm glad. It was really annoying sound, so I'm glad that it is in fact incorrect, because I was not looking forward to having to listen to that all the time. It would not have been that present for y'all because, especially if I had a mic close to my mouth, you wouldn't have noticed it that much, but I noticed it. It was irritating. But yeah, Big Child, in a perfect world, I would have more weight in the middle than I have. But most vans don't have that much weight in that section. They will have more weight than I have because they'll tend to have a cupboard or something, but they probably don't have, most of them probably don't have more than 50 pounds, 100 pounds in that area. Whereas in the back is where they're going to have their batteries, their water tank. Water tank's probably 200 pounds for a lot of people. 150 pounds, batteries, 100, 200 pounds. Roses will use straps. Yeah, that's the I think I'm pretty sure I'm gonna use straps, but I'm also gonna have I also want latches. I don't want just one thing. I don't think. I want latches because I know myself, and there's gonna be times when I'm in a hurry, and I'm not gonna want to deal with the straps. That's just, I just know myself. So I think, I'll use the straps whenever I'm doing long distances and I'm gonna be driving a long time, but I'm gonna leave certain, like this drawer is probably gonna be the drawer that I access a lot when I'm filming, and I'm not gonna want to be, so I want latches as well, but heavy duty latches, steel bar type latches. So, but yeah, we'll have one big strap there. Or I mean, it might be a strap that sort of goes from here all the way down to here. I mean, no matter what, or maybe I do a strap there. Yeah, one strap here and then strap there, strap there. So this is you talking about current induced noise for? Well, the inverter that I bought had a really bad buzzing sound, and I didn't know because I never used this inverter, and I don't have much experience with inverters in the first place. If it was normal or not, I didn't think it was because it was really annoying. And that's what I was saying, is that sound, that buzzing was not it was going to be below or whatever. The volume of my voice would have been so much louder because the microphone would be so much closer to me that it wouldn't have been an issue for y'all. But basically, since the inverter is a big blue box and it kind of looks like Tubi, can we give it googly eyes? Or is that a safety hazard? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the inverter is hidden away. The inverter, all the electrical stuff is behind this. It's where is the electrical box? Lower stuff. Yeah, the electrical box is basically there. And these will be on drawer slides, so I think this is gonna be a drawer, and this is my fridge. I don't have the fridge yet, but so they won't be able to go backwards. So that so it's pretty protected. Is what I was trying to decide what I'm going to do with this. If I cover it with a solid piece of wood, which just adds more weight. That's the other thing. I really try not to add much more weight, but I might just get a super thin, 1/8 inch plywood to cover it, or do my idea of using a frame and window. What's the word I'm looking for? Window screen. I mean, I wish I didn't have to put up so much weight up here, but it is what it is. The frame is going to be heavier than all the stuff inside of it. I could theoretically use, I go back and forth. I could theoretically use a lighter weight, a smaller form frame for some of it, but it's sort of like it makes it much harder to sort of combine everything using two different profile sizes. And I feel like the bed probably needs the heavier duty frame, that this part. And I'm also using the van as supports up here, as additional support. So I don't know if it's worth it to save maybe 40 pounds. I don't think it probably is not. I mean, it's also a lot more money. It's a lot more money. I mean, this is what you're looking at is an insane amount of money. But it's lighter and way easier to work with than wood. Anyway, I definitely get stuck. Does anyone else like this? I get stuck in loops, internal loops, when it comes to making decisions that cost a lot of money, you know? I'm pretty good about making decisions when it doesn't cost a lot of money. When it does, I think about it for a lot. You know, I just try to think of alternatives. I debate. Endless debate, trying to think of something that I was doing that with the fan that I'm going to do in the ceiling today. That's the thing that makes me the most nervous is I have to cut a big hole in the roof of the van. And most people, that's the first thing they do in their vans is they cut the vent, the fan vent, you know. I think it might be one of the last things I do. Partly because I just dread it so very much. Roses, what supply meantime what can you work on while waiting on the electrical? Well, I mean, that upper part of the cat. I mean, it's gonna take 30 or 40 hours to come up with a parts list for that. I mean, that is extremely complicated, you know, to make that order. So that's what I started working on today. It's just figuring. I have to figure out the lengths and put together an order. I mean, it doesn't look like it's. I mean, there's probably 100 pieces in that upper. You know, between all the attachments and the bars and the different length bars and the. Yeah, so that's gonna take a long time. And tomorrow I'm gonna make the keyboard stand first, probably, or I'm gonna build the little thing for to hold the two keyboards. I mean the keyboard, the MIDI keyboard and my typing keyboard. I need to make that the thing that's gonna slide on the desk. In a couple days, stuff will arrive that will allow me to finish the DC wiring. I still need to figure out a curtain, and I cannot figure out an idea that I think is going to work very well yet. So I got a curtain between the front seats and the cargo area. I mean, that's not, you know, it's I'm not worried in terms of privacy, but it's more I'd prefer, well, it's for a security of I don't want to advertise all the stuff that's in the van, which I don't know how visible it's going to be. I don't from the windshield. I don't know if it's going to look like much. I'm hoping it just looks like cabinets, but still, it's like, look, all those cabinets, what's in the cabinets? So I do need that. I do need that curtain. Lisa, I got moments like that. Here's how I deal with it. I move on to something new and delay it till the last second, hire a professional to do. That's why I still haven't done the fan. Yeah. Beauty says procrastination is also an art form, yeah. We're live from when we had 4 walls. We had abandoned robot conversion by blood. Bucket number 5, hidden memories. What are the other things I have to do? We have, yeah, I'm definitely not going to, this is not, the inverter thing is not slowing down my being permanently in the van. The only thing it's really impacting is that I was planning on starting to do some streams from the van on Saturday. That's what's getting delayed. But me being permanently in the van this is not hurting us at all. If anything, this might actually speed things up, because I was gonna just hang out in the van for a week and then order the aluminum. Now I'm gonna order the aluminum right away. So in some ways, it's gonna actually put us, if I get it done in the next couple days or by the weekend, it'll put us a week ahead in terms of permanently being in the van. So it's sort of weird, right? The delay is going to actually move us forward in some regards, and other regards move us back. South F says dense speed drapes by people using the 70s. The issue, what makes it challenging, is that it's not a it's a very strange shape, so I can't simply have a single bar to hang a curtain from, because it's there's so yeah, that's what I'm trying to solve for, because I want a blackout. I want no light to go through it. So that means, like a curtain rod can only go 75% of the way because there's obstructions. If I were to do a curtain rod the whole width of the van, then I would have 3 feet on top of with no curtain. So it's essentially, I have to have sort of like a center curtain and then flaps that maybe Velcro to the wall or something, but it's all seems very messy. I don't like it. What a lot of people, there is a little shelf above the driving area, and what a lot of people do is they extend that shelf over the top of the seats so that they then have a straight line they can hang a curtain from. But I've not done that yet, and I don't know if I want to do it, because there's some safety issues with what they're doing, because that area is where the airbags are. Well, there are some airbags. And what people do with these shelves, I think it sort of makes the airbags irrelevant, So that's, Rose's shower rod for the larger space between. Well, it's not that simple. I mean, I could have theoretically 2 curtains. Maybe that's what you mean, a upper curtain and a lower curtain. But the only way for the shower rod to extend the whole way is if I move it much far away from the seats, which cuts into my free space, or it's too low, if that makes sense. But I got a curtain rod, and I thought I had a perfect space for it, but I realized that it just wouldn't work. I mean, another possibility is essentially having have a curtain roll that's vertical that I pull out this way. That could work, but it means having a huge roll on the side of the van, which I don't like either. I prefer to have it sort of up top, out of the way. And ideally, I would use the insulation material, so it's really thick, but I think I'm having to let go of that idea because it just means having a giant roll either vertically or, you know. I don't know. I've had a lot of these moments over the course of this build where I think I've figured everything out. I get something, and it doesn't work. Like the shower rods, I got 2 different shower rods, and I put one up. And I go, this is a perfect space for it. There's little holes actually on the side. I could just put the shower rod in. I thought this is perfect, and and then I realized it wasn't gonna work. It's a test of resilience, you know, not getting discouraged. Roses curved. Yeah, I've seen some people do curved in vans. Um, that theoretically would work, but it'd take more engineering. You know, it would be a much bigger project. Zavis is maybe J hooks and some grommets in the fabric. Yeah, I mean that's sort of what I'm was saying about having have the curtain rod that doesn't go all the way and hang it from that and then have flaps that fold out with Velcro or like you're saying J hooks and grommets. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks to our Superstar Mods Tubi. Zavhef's a strange curtain style where you have those strange upper curtains to hide the lighting along with the full-size curtains. Yeah. I think, well, one challenge is that where the full-size rod would be too low for me to comfortably walk under it. So I would have to, yeah, it would be very difficult to get from the driver's seat to into the cargo area. So as you could just saying your delicates in the gaps, yeah. Thanks to our donations. Thank you so much to Botsky and Staffy, too, but one of them didn't show up in Staffy's name. Thank you. And Big Child, thank you. We had some cheers from Jerry Banfield, thank you. 50-month sub from Muty. 53 from Watch. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. Big Child says, what if the roll was on the floor and the curtain was pulled up? That's a possibility. I hadn't considered that. I'll play around with that idea. Make that, yeah, I might. Yeah, something like that might work. Huh. Yeah, I'll think about that. These 19 names, either name of our current tour, name of venue, name one of our songs, made a request one of the songs. We featured angryCHKN, Group 17, Bugno, Chilsey, Chuggy, ATC Sim, Hero Papaya on the Big Child, Jazz Hands, Jerry Banfield, Manofplate, Muty Makes Me Lose, Bingo, Neighborhood Watch, Pete Mouse, Q Square, Stabby, Tundy Drinks, Botsky, Typo Queen, Rosen, and Zapaf. Show art, sub credits. But yeah, other things, wall panels, ceiling panels I gotta figure out. The curtain. I have to decide on the fan, the roof fan. Minor electrical stuff that's would have seemed intimidating 2 weeks ago, but now seems easy. Just time consuming. And then once I get the frame, putting together the lower part of the frame was, it took a little while, but it was easy. You know, it's just tedious, but easy. So I think the upper frame will be the same. What's going to be take a lot more work, and he's going to be actually making the drawers and mounting the drawer slides. Sophos is using magnets. Yeah. I've seen a bunch of people using magnets instead of Velcro, which is, it's cleaner. Velcro, you have to put up the or hook and loop. Is that what it was? It's not as aesthetically pleasing. He says, I'm proud of you, kid. You're 15 illuminates of frame never changed you. But Josh, instead of a curtain, a sturdier mat you can use as a rug when not needed to close the gap. Oh, I still have to put the breakers. I decided to get the breakers, the electrical breakers. It's a lot of extra money, but it's probably not necessary, but it's going to be tedious to put those on. So the problem with the aluminum, right, so I put on this, so all this aluminum is connected, but it's not actually connected electrically speaking because of the way aluminum is made or whatever. So you're supposed to, ideally, when you have a metal frame, you're supposed to ground it, right? So that it has somewhere to go if it gets, a wire touches it. So what I put in my ground wires from the frame already. I put one on each side. I don't know yet if I'm going to do one for this part because I have an idea how to do it. It's annoying that I need to do it, but I probably will. The thing is that I have to put these little breakers to basically connect each bar so that if electricity goes here, it also goes here so that it can go to the ground wire that's here. So I got to put these little tiny angle things at every single joint. Anywhere where two bars connect, I've got to put one of these little joints. Roses, be sure to thoroughly label the breakers. Well, what I'm talking about are different than what you're talking about, Rosen. They're also called breakers, but they're these little metal pieces that connect. You mean the breakers in the breaker box, right? Or you just mean so I know where they are in here? Is that how I see? Maybe that's what you meant, so that I don't forget where they'll be. Yeah, that's a good idea. in case I have to just make sure, because I'm sure one will fall out or something. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then the only other major thing for the van that I haven't already said is installing a heater. And I'm gonna wait to do that until I've built the whole frame, because I don't know yet where I can fit it, and I'm not sure yet how I'm gonna put vent. And I should be okay for a couple weeks with a good sleeping bag. Hopefully. Or I won't sleep a wink. Probably. I probably won't sleep at all, but hey Duel. And Android, how's it going? Will I get a new sleeping bag? I don't want to, because I don't want to spend the money. I need to not spend money. My credit cards have never filled up so fast in my entire life. He says, once Van is done, everything's checked off, you'll be sleeping like a baby. Mark my words. I'll sleep better. I'll definitely be sleeping better. Well, for a little while, until I start having to deal with the reality of the credit cards. I'm kicking the can of misery with those credit cards. Kicking the can up the road, but can only kick those cans so long. Big Child says, how about a heat mat? Yeah, I might get one of those. If I think I'm gonna be okay once I have the heater. I think I'm gonna be in really good shape, because what I'm gonna do is so I'm gonna be sleeping up here, which is a very small amount of square footage or cubic footage, and I think I will probably I might put extra insulation in the walls here, and then I might hang a heavy blanket right here, so that I'm almost in a cocoon. And then here's the kicker: run a vent directly from the heater into this space, so I'm only heating this tiny little space at night. Or primarily heating it. So I think I'll be okay. I think. And if not, I'll just go live in San Diego by the beach. Beach house is heating the surface. Yeah, I looked into those, and they it probably isn't necessary it's probably not enough on its own, and it's probably not necessary if I also have the diesel heater, but they don't cost that much money. I looked into it. There's 12-volt ones, because I don't want to run an inverter while I'm sleeping. I just want to do 12-volt when I'm sleeping, but they make 12-volt, because truckers and people camping, so they're not that much money, so it's probably worth trying. I think they're it is a lot of money, but it's not if I'm not going to sleep. But I think they're like $40 or $50. So yeah, and it might be good to have one as an emergency if because people say those diesel heaters, you know, they have problems sometimes, and it'd be a bummer to be stuck in February with nothing. Oh, and Soul Vibes is here too. Roses, do you have a heated blanket? No, but I've had them in the past. I've had both heated things, but it sounds like the it's better to have the heated mattress pad than a heated blanket, because the heated mattress, because heat rises, so you're gonna get a better impact from a heated mattress pad than from a blanket. So obviously I just thought, but I can't drive in traffic. Imagine living in traffic. But see, the nice thing is if you're living in a van and you're stuck in traffic, right? You just pull over and you've got your whole life in the van. You know, you just, yeah. I had another delay. I got I ordered the whole thing, the entire thing, in a little SIM card. Now, I got a SIM card for one of the internet plans that I was going to start testing on, and I got it through a third party. It's AT&T, but I didn't get it through AT&T. I got it through a third party. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say what it is, but there's a lot of resellers of internet, and you get more data for less money, but you get worse support. So it's I need them to activate the SIM, and I just can't. I can't. It's been a day. I'm still waiting to reach them. It's fine. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I still have to build a chair. I'm building a chair for the van, which is going to be a chair and my toilet, because everything's got to serve at least two purposes in a van. Forgot about that. I got to build a chair. Does it serves two purposes, kid with the buns. Big Jaws, maybe you have to activate. No, I have to call in. You have to do it over the phone. They did email me back and said you have to call in, yeah. And I called in, but then they didn't call me back. And they're impossible to reach. It's just a small organization, you know. But it gets good reviews, and it's basically the same. You get unlimited for the same price you'd get 100 gigabytes from AT&T. And you get throttled after a certain point, but no, but you're not the Rosen with the bucket chair. The bucket's not going to be visible. It's going to be inside of a larger frame. Yeah. If my concept works, I mean, I still have to do measurements, but the idea is that there'll be an outer frame that's the chair and have a big cushion to sit on, you know, and a back and everything. And then when it needs to transform, I'll just take the top off the chair, revealing the bucket and the toilet seat on top of the bucket. Versus you make sure the bucket chair has a way to completely close off the toilet part. Well, like I said, I'm never going to be actually going directly into the bucket. The bucket is going to be incredibly clean pretty much all the time. Yeah. So there's basically I'll use bags, and the bag will go inside of the bucket. But yeah, I think I know y'all are concerned, but I think that it's going to be cleaner than any of your toilets, most likely. Unless you are incredibly OCD and you clean your toilet every single day, which I doubt. Maybe one of you do, but most people do not clean their toilet every day. So yeah, this will be cleaner. This is Optimus Grime. Hey, Jazz, how many? I don't know what that symbol is. How many thick is the foil of the bag? Well, microns, okay. I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a multi-bag setup. I mean, I'm not afraid to get into the nitty-gritty of how this is gonna work. So some of y'all might be uncomfortable and you might want to stop watching, but I think what I'm gonna do is have a larger bag. I'm not sure yet if I'm gonna change the larger bag every time. We'll see. But one option is to actually have a larger bag with kitty litter or dirt or something inside. And that's where the initial deposit happens. The initial deposit happens there, and then, but then I put it, you know, like when you're dealing with a dog, which I've had a dog, so I'm very used to that experience. It doesn't bother me. I will extricate it into a smaller bag, tie that bag up, and probably have a bag where that bag goes into, that where other bags, more bags go together into that. If I'm out in the desert, I'll just probably once a day just bury it. You know. So yeah. And as I've said before, for anyone who hasn't heard me talk about this, the key is you do number one and number two totally separate. You do not mix them together. That was one of the first things I learned when I started researching van life. I heard someone say that. Do not mix them together. That's when you have trouble. Android says a bag and a bag and a bag and a bag and a bag. Yeah, it's Russian dolls of toilet bags. Big Charles, the waste bags, you said very thin moisture control. So they're, well, I guess it depends on your diet, everyone's diet, right? But But yeah, if you eat, for me, if I eat consistently and healthy, which I plan on being pretty, I mean, I'm not gonna have the money to not eat healthy, really. I mean, I'm not gonna have the money to be going out to eat or anything. So my diet will be pretty consistent, and when that happens, my my deposits to the bank are very consistent. Uses since, what if you have a Tommy egg and it's more fluid than usual? I mean, there's gonna be times where it's not fun to deal with, I'm sure. But then I probably get rid of the whole big bag, right? It won't be a time to use the little bags. Big Shot says, since you don't seem to be a camel, there'll be still moisture, yeah. But but it'll be, you know, multiple bags of protection. So I think it'll be okay. And I think it's just got to be better than what a lot of people do, which is essentially they're just carrying around an outhouse, right? All this stuff commingled together. You know, this unholy alliance of of many days worth of deposits, right? All mixed together. But it's not going to be like that. It's more like an apartment building, right? With each deposit its own apartment, separate from the other ones. Let's see, okay. But yeah, it's funny how many van lifers I've seen. They say, yeah, they never use their toilet because they just don't want to deal with it, and so they just go to gas stations and it just makes me angry thinking about it. The amount of wasted time just to go to the bathroom, makes me sick. Oh. I do not like making special trips for anything. Big Shout says, decades ago, train toilets just passed everything under the train. Yeah, I mean, aren't we lucky we live now? You know, or think about it in Europe, and they would just dump it into the street. I got a train track. At least most of us are not walking on train tracks, right? So we're not gonna have to deal with it. But you're walking, mind your own business in the street, and someone just dumps it right, maybe onto you. You know? Oh, Beauty says trains still do that? Seriously? Beauty says, will there be interest when you deposit and get chat by stocks or stakes? Oh man. Rose says, sometimes that toilet time is especially needed, no matter if it seems like wasted time or not. Oh, I know, but that's why I'm saying that's why I'll be using the van. I'm not gonna make a special trip for it. I agree, when you have to do it, you have to do it. But I'm unwilling to make a special trip to do it. I basically want to have at most 1 day a week. Once I have solar. Before I have solar, it's probably gonna be 2 days a week where I have to actually go out into the world to take care of business, you know, but that seems excessive. I gotta be doing SetLIST and Tommy Pneumatic stuff. I don't have time for this, you know. Wait, what is this word? I was gonna use it for lollygagging. What does that word mean again? Fool around and waste time. Yeah, exactly. I used it the way I wanted to use it. I don't have time for lollygagging, going trips into town just to get fresh water. No, I don't have time for that. Muses can chat, send you literature. See if reading supplies. Yeah, I should put cat litter on the wish list. Big Charles says, see, dump it under the train means it will be distributed around the whole train by air, and if you open a window, a tiny amount will be part of the fresh air. Oh, yeah. You know, it's funny. I actually see it. I don't like using public restrooms at all, actually. I forgot about that. I really don't like anyway. So I don't know, you know, I'm going to make the van it'd be the ideal place. And I can keep working. The minute I would waste having to walk to the bathroom, I will no longer have to spend that time. Well, now to spend time burying it or dumping it, you know, so I guess I will have to spend more time ultimately. Oh well. He said add cat litter goal to stream, so people keep asking where the cat is. That's a meme that could take over the world. Yeah. Bug says, how many minutes have you spent talking? What could you have accomplished? You mean right now? I know. Well, see, I'm just hanging out. That's what I'm accomplishing, hanging out with y'all. Roses, that is still going under the assumption that you will have people traveling here. Yeah, I don't know that I'm gonna have. I don't think I'm gonna have people travel with me very often. You know, it's just not really. It's not enough space. I can see, you know, I have a couple, you know, close friends and family that I could see going on, that I could go on some short trips, you know, very short trips, but it just get claustrophobic. Get too claustrophobic, I think. I think what I see it's more realistic having caravans, right? But even that, I mean, for at least the first year, I'm going to be under so much stress. I'm just going to want to be working all the time. Either hanging out with y'all or working nonstop. I'm not going to have time for much social anything except hanging out with y'all here. Oh, my internet's freaking out. South Evs don't want to rent out a couple square feet of your apartment building, right? Right. There's there's not a lot of room in that apartment building. You know, a bucket could only fit so many apartments. Yeah. Oh, hey, Jules, Scott, DJ, how you doing? We're about to do a raid ourselves. We're just hanging out, chatting. Believe it or not, y'all might be embarrassed, but believe it or not, what we're talking about, I'm moving into a van within the next probably 30 days or so, permanently. And we were talking about the bathroom how that's going to work. But thank you, Jules Scott. It's good to see you again. How's streaming and DJing? What were you doing tonight? Yeah, welcome, Raiders. For Raiders, the main thing I do is improv music, where Chad helps me make music. Chad picks all the sounds, and Chad names the songs. It's a real interactive show. You had a house music party. Awesome. Jules says, this van is amazing. So hopefully the next time you raid, I'll be in the van. I've made a lot of progress, but I still have a bunch of work to do in it. The electrical system's almost done. That's sort of the most important thing. It's the only way I can do shows. Oh, and I have this show, a new show on YouTube that I haven't released episodes on in like 2 months, but once I'm in the van, eventually, maybe not right away, but eventually I'll be doing a ton of that. And it's not a music show, it's a variety show. A variety show with IRL stuff, with sketches, with sometimes there's music, different characters. Okay, well, unless there's any last questions or anything, I think we're going to do a raid. Questions or comments or exciting things you're all doing this week. Let's see. Okay. We're gonna raid somebody I've never raided before. It says Soulful Tuesdays, live from the Unique Vibes Studios. So I don't know if it's from Brooklyn. Awesome. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Jules Scott, for the raid. Sorry that we're ending, but I hope you had an awesome stream. Oh, and Jules, if you're still here, when's your next stream? When can chat watch you DJ? When will you be on next? Oh, thanks, Beauty. Rosen, I don't know if I've done it, but I wrote a lot of sketches for Penguin, a lot of monologues, and Penguin's name was always different. Yeah. So Daryl, I had a bunch I wrote with Daryl, and Daryl always referred to him by a different name. Jules says Thursday, 7 p.m. Central. 7 p.m. Central. Awesome. I used to stream on Thursdays, but I don't anymore. I mean, I probably will eventually again, but I don't now. So everybody, y'all are free because I'm not streaming on Thursday. Go watch Jules Scott. Okay, let's check out this DJ. Thank you, everybody. I'll see y'all soon. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. Take care. Whoops. Fade to black. No, you're not going to do it? Come on, Tubi. Okay, I'll manually fade.